Quite late in the evening. I can't help that. I can't help that. I'm still getting set up here for a minute. Still getting set up. No Brett Weinstein hat. Is that a Brett Weinstein hat? It's just the hat that I bought when I was in Hawaii or something. I have too many like water bottles, and I keep buying cool ones when I go on trips and stuff. And I lose them once in a while, and but I don't lose them fast enough for how often I get them. And then Twitch sent me one. I don't know. That's something from Com. Where's Com? I don't see any Com. What Com? was going to try and take today off from caffeine, but I came back to San Francisco and I have all this delicious tea here that's only going to get older if I don't drink it. So I might have to do, we won't start the tea up yet, but I feel like I'm going to give in and do some tea. I feel like that's how it's going to go. So I'm dropped off of coffee. The thing for me is I'm just sitting in front of a computer like all the time. And just drinking things is nice. It's better than eating snacks in terms of body weight. And tea is just good. I just don't like coffee. I certainly don't want to be drinking alcohol. You could do like flavored water, but that's not very good. Anyway, someone wrote calm in the chat. I must have missed it. Anyway, so let me talk about what we're doing. So we've got this Sokoban game, and we want to maybe have some people play test it. And so I'm working on a UI that'll pop up at the end of a level that will just give you a way to say what you thought about the level. And right now, I mean, I guess I should put the cursor up while this is up, but we don't even, I'm just drawing this every frame right now. So like there's not even a concept of it being up. Before I check this in, I have to actually do a thing where it comes up at the right time. But before I even do that, I was like, let me just work on the widgets and stuff. Now, it occurs to me that I'm not going to be able to work on the widgets that much until I have a mouse pointer. And having a mouse pointer probably means we put... we'll at least get buttons in the right place. Oh, but even before that. So the deal is that we have one specific person who's going to play test this. And I had a conversation with him about like, what should that... like what makes sense, because I didn't really want to do like an iOS app badger you every 5 minutes to rate it 5 stars on the App Store kind of thing. I hate that stuff. So, but we do, this is such a big game, right, that we need a way to just sort of have a picture of how things are going, because there's so many levels. And so what we came up with is there are various categories that that you might like of things that you might think about a level, right? Like, oh, this level seemed broken, or this level I understood why it was there from a game design perspective, but didn't particularly wow me, or things like that. I just talked to him and we came up with a set of these. And so the goal is just going to be, we're going to make some toggle buttons that represent all of those things. And then maybe have an additional comment field. And then we'll make this pop up and down at the right time. And then probably make it save the information and maybe make it not completely ugly. Keyboard controls. No, I don't think I want to do keyboard controls for this. The reason why, well, I don't know. We could think about it. It is, I mean, that's the thing, is it is a keyboard game. It's just I kind of feel like I have enough to think about. Okay, I have two sides of this coin. One is I kind of feel like I have enough to think about before I think about keyboard controls anyway. But the other side of it is, well, if I do think about keyboard controls, I start thinking about, is there a way that we want to integrate those into this UI library so that they're more generalized kind of support, or is it just more like you do that at your application level? So I don't know. Just rate it 1 star if they ask you. The problem is, obviously you don't play that many iOS games or programs. What they all do now is they pop up their own rating thing and say, please rate our game. And if you rate it 3 stars or below, they don't go anywhere. And if you rate it 4 or 5 stars, then they open up the actual iOS rating thing and say, that's great, please rate it 5 stars on the official thing. So like they throw away 3-star and below reviews, at least last I checked. It is shady. It's super shady. I feel like iOS should have outlawed all this shit a long time ago. 3 Twitchers streaming simultaneously. Wow, who else is streaming? I had no idea. I just put my stream on without looking. I mean, there's going to be more over time, right? As we expand the beta, hopefully. Rotemark and Luba. Okay, cool. So two guys who stream a lot. You had 4 simultaneous before. Okay. Well, hopefully that record will keep going up over time. Does Sean even stream? I mean, I've seen him stream a really long time ago, like years ago, but I don't know if he streams lately. Lately, no. Yeah. I mean, I understand why people would not want to stream. It's like not a mystery to me. I mean, that's kind of why I'm doing no camera right now, is just like somehow it's a little more chill when there's no camera. I don't know why. Like I'm used to being on camera. It's fine, but it just feels different. So that's why I'm doing this right now. Okay. So, no, you know what? I'm going to make at least a variable for this and get the mouse pointer going, because one of the things that's going on already is like my button themes are completely black, which is not great. So let's get some of these issues fixed. Okay. So we're going to have a thing called level rating T target, and that's just going to be set to 1. This is like whether we are up or not, right? Okay, so okay, and okay, we could even just okay, hold on. Where do I do mouse pointer stuff? It's called show cursor. Yeah, it's in main. No surprise. All right, so we're going to go to main, show cursor. And we just have these exceptions, like if various, so first we say like, hey, is the console open? And if any of our debug modes are open. And so I'm just going to add another one where we say if level rating T target, because when it starts going away, we can remove the cursor even though it's not, we're going to interpolate this. Okay, so now let's just make sure that works. I should switch us to a different level that loads faster, by the way. It's going to hurt a little bit that we're taking all this load time every time. This is one of these things where, I don't know about this. Okay, but like we have a mouse pointer. I can press these and the words move. That's great. The button colors aren't changing or anything, and nothing else is happening, but I have this mouse pointer. Okay, so level, whatever's first in my drafts folder. All right, so I can still play while this is up. So I think that's going to, the reason I'm not going to edit that right now is because we already have this level fade in, fade out transition, and input is locked while that's happening. And I think then we pop this up while that's happening, although I don't know. We already, so we have this other thing that we also have to manage. Actually, we don't do input when this is up, so I think we'll say when this is up or the other thing's up. Anyway, and then we have to switch that thing to the new UI. It's going to be a hole. Okay. Let's just make this come in and go away. So instead of, so the y coordinate is hard coded here, right? We're just making this big rectangle for this thing, and then we're calling the UI. We're going to have this move up and down. We're going to say y naught is this, all right? And then we're going to say, well, we'll S32 that. Okay. Then we're going to say y is lerp. Actually, we won't y30. Why not that? Because we're going to float it anyway and come back. So y is lerp from h down to y naught by level rating t, right? And then we're going to go, we're just going to cast there. Now, what is my DT? We have like a UI DT and stuff, right? Don't we? Where's our... Yeah, UI DT. Okay, so we're going to get this DT, and we're going to say level rating T. We're going to say move toward, right? So level rating T is going to move toward level rating T target by the rate up is going to be, or no, down. Down. So this one is when going to 0 to 1, and we'll say 2.5 and then 6.0. So it's going to go away faster than it has come down, right? Let me make sure I have that. That's a relatively new overload. It's a different way of, whoops, I typed overload. Move toward. Why doesn't this just expand out to how wide the window is? Rate up, rate down. Yeah. Okay, so that's fine. Okay, so it's still drawing correctly on the screen after I did all that, which is great. We don't really do anything to make it go away right now. So we're going to do that now. I'm just going to say, if I press either of these buttons, you know, one of these buttons will be like, you know, don't apply changes and whatever. But for now, if we press either of these, we'll just make it go away. If skip pressed, I'm going to make two different code blocks because even though they're going to do the same thing now, eventually they're going to do different things, right? So if skip pressed, level rating T target is 0, right? It's just how we're going to make it go away for now. Words should keep the same text baseline as they move. Why? Okay. Boom. Oh, that went away really fast, and I have no way to bring it back. Oh, see, I wonder if I need to DT. I think I need to DT this. I think rate up and rate down are the wrong variable names. We're going to have to go investigate that and maybe rename them. There we go. Okay. That's way too slow. I'm confused. Was there a DT? Am I calling the wrong thing? Move toward target DT. Oh, shoot. This is what happens when you're not type safe enough. Yeah. Okay, guys. This makes sense. Lol. Okay. So the problem is this is optional because if you don't pass, it's an error prone set of parameters. This is optional. So you could pass one rate and get the same rate up and down, right? But if you forget DT and you put these, it thinks this is DT, which is why it thought 2.5 seconds went by every frame, right? It would be a less error prone arrangement of parameters, maybe to put DT in front, because then you do that and then the pointer, and so there's no way to get them confused. I don't know. Is the button result correctly on mouse release? What do you mean correctly? Who are you to decide what's correct? Anyway, correct even equals everyone else does it. Well, then it's correct to jump off a cliff or have 50 million lines of code to draw a web page, aka some text on the screen with some buttons. Maybe he means press mouse button, move mouse to other button. I mean, you can use this UI toolkit that way. I don't know if I want to do that or not. Like, I like the responsiveness of just pressing the frickin' button. So, I don't know. Normally, button only clicks when you press and release on it. Not if you're a fucking gamer playing a video game. That's called shitty, laggy controls in a video game. And so why do you necessarily want that in other things? Anyway. So we don't have any way to bring that UI back up. That's fine. Windows buttons fire. Yeah, dude, I know, right? And Windows is so well designed. Windows is so amazing that, of course, we should all aspire to be just like fucking Windows. You can back out of the click. That literally never happens. Nobody ever does that. Oh my God. I'm just going to ban everybody and stop streaming. All right. Anyway. So I think what we want to do now is put up some buttons for these different categories that we came up with. And I'm just going to be super dumb about it. I'm just going to, have one, because this is not really going to be a data-driven collection of buttons. It's just like we decide what they are, and if we add some later, that's fine. So we're just going to add some buttons. And right now they're going to be text, but I think I'm going to put goofy icons on them. Okay. Let's just make, how many do I have? We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, about 8. So that's pretty easy. So we can just sort of make a button area. And in fact, we already sort of have one. So we start out this area with this big rect that's coming down, right? And to make the area with the skip and OK buttons, we do a cut bottom here. And I could just do this. I could say there's this area called main. That's what's left over after you cut off the bottom. And we'll do this. I don't know. It's probably more understandable if we do the things toward the top of the window, toward the top of the code, I guess. So we could say here, draw the bottom area with the skip and OK buttons. Okay. And maybe we'll just do that. Okay. Here we're going to say draw the main area with the comment rating buttons. All right. So I think what we're going to do is first we're going to say row 1, row 2 is going to be cut top. This G dot is just like getrect, which is the UI library that we're using, is just namespaced, and we renamed it G for the purposes of this file. So we would have, like, I didn't want to import all the functions into here for some reason. I just wanted to do it this way. So anytime we say G dot, we're calling from getrect, right? So we're going to cut. It doesn't matter if we say cut top or cut bottom, because we're going to cut it exactly in half. We're going to say cut main main.h times 0.5, and none of these are rounded actually, so that's a little bit questionable, but we could clean that up later, right? So that's row 1, and then should I number these left to right, top to bottom? Yeah, let's just do it. We're just going to be super dumb. Although, should I try to do it in... Let's do... let's be 0 based. And row 0 is going to be on the bottom. Okay, let's do this. We're going to cut bottom. All right, so we're going to say rect 0, 0 is cut left. This is going to be a little bit weird because these buttons aren't going to be square. We might regret that. We might make a function to square them up. Okay, anyway, so we're going to cut left by how much? Well, we want to divide these into 4 equal parts. So we're going to say k is main.w divided by 4, right? Or times 0.25, whatever. So we're going to go cut left of row 0 by k, right? And then So here's the area for 0, 0, and then there's 1 to 3, right? And then we're going to say, part of what I'm doing is seeing how this rectangle cutting way of doing things goes. R0, 1, R0, let's call this 1, 2, 3. And then 2, 3 is cut left, R0, 1, 2, 3 by K, right? And then R0, 2 and R0, 3 is that, right? So we're just sort of cutting chunks off. And then we're going to do the same thing for the next row of buttons. And I could have put these into an array, right? Because it seems like, well, why don't you just make an array of 8 buttons? And it's like, well, but then we're going to do different things for each button in terms of what the text is and what the bitmap is and whatever. And it's just, sometimes it's easier to be just stupid about it, right? I should have actually tried compiling that code before pastaing it, right? But there we go. Oh, I forgot my, let's do this. We're just bringing in that name locally. All right. So I didn't put anything on the screen, so I don't know why I'm running the code. I called it R033. Let's see. RO, yeah, that's a good point. Okay, so we have all these things, and I'm just going to write very stupid code where we call, let's also say, let's bring in some names here. Like button is going to be, this is kind of like a manual import command. Let's bring in all our cuts. Why am I doing this? I don't know. I'm just experimenting with using this programming language, right? If I mess these up, I'm sad. All right. Anyway, so we're just importing some of these functions that we want to use, and then I don't have to say G as much. And why I don't know. So I'm removing some of these. Okay. Now, I'm getting hungry. So let's just do our button thing. We're going to say, we're going to call button, and we're just going to go, oh, we don't have to say g.button. Okay. We're just going to go here, and this is going to be a different one of these. And they're all going to say hello, and they're all going to take this button theme, which currently is blank, so they're not going to look interesting. And actually, let's make a different one. Let's call it rating theme. And we'll fill that in later. But the thing is, I'm going to pasta this, right? So there we go. We're pressing the button, right? And then if pressed, we don't do anything. Let's just do the first one and make sure that we see it. Okay, that's quite large, but it makes sense because we divided these things, and I base because I didn't pass a text theme. It like right now it picks the text based on the height of the button, and these are square, so this is fine. Here's what we want to do. I think we want to shrink all of these. We want to at least shrink all of them by some amount because I think we want some space between each other. Let's actually draw the buttons. This is fine. And then they'll be overlapping and ugly, and we'll do the thing. So I'm going to delete the numbers, and I'm going to pasta this. And here we go. So we're going to go 0, 0, 0, 1, 0, 2, 0, 3, 1, 0, 1, 1, 1, 2, 1, 3. All right. Takes so long to start the game. Okay, so now they're all ugly and on top of each other and not lighting up or anything, but you can see we have 8 buttons and they're laid out nicely and all of that. Okay. Guys, if you're going to bike shed about trivial things, I'm going to quit computers and go live in a skate park and learn to do 6 720s instead of this bullshit. All right. So that's good. We have these buttons. Now, I want to say, let's make a thing called margin. I never know how big to make these. Let's just say K times, if we do 10% on each side, that's like 20% between the buttons. Oh, you know what? Okay, here's the thing. I think we want a big outer margin and a small inner margin. Okay, here's what we're going to do. Instead of, so this main region that represents the whole top part, we're going to make a sub-region in there. We're going to say rating area is going to be shrink main by 10% of the height in each direction. That's probably a little too much, but we'll see. And then this is going to be rating area, right? And then for each of these buttons, so now we have a smaller area, and so we'll have a smaller outer margin. Now for each of these buttons, we're going to shrink them. Right, so all right, it's 0, 0, 0, whoops, 0, 0, 0, 1, 0, 2, 0, 0, 1, 0, 2. And again, now this is starting to look like something that would be better if we did it in an array, but you know, it is what it is. So, yeah, okay. What is margin? Oh, and this is going to be rating area. And margin is going to be just, I never know how much. I don't know. Just picking some numbers. Shrink. Oh, yeah, because we don't, there we go. Let's put this up here. You know, I kind of actually don't really want to be importing it this way, but what? So actually part of the reason I'm doing this is because this exercise of integrating this UI toolkit with the game is me making sure that the UI toolkit is suitable for the game. And then we're going to be switching over editor stuff. And I want to provide a good, okay, so the text is still too big for the buttons. These last buttons didn't get shrunk because I didn't do enough. These are kind of reasonable. Now, the thing is, I maybe want them to be square. And the reason I'm not worrying that much about the text is maybe we want to draw bitmaps on them and not text. And maybe we want the text just to be tooltips. I don't know. Anyway, so this is a little weird. I'm starting to think about the layout here because you know, this is a very 16 by 9 window for the game, right? And like the skip and OK buttons are just awkwardly big. And then we've got these rating buttons. And we've got just this area that's wide, right? So like maybe the rating buttons should be on the left and skip and OK should be on the right. Now, again, this is one of these things where people are going to say, but in Windows, they're always at the bottom of the dialog box. And it's like, yeah, but like Windows is not designed for 16 by 9 aspect ratios, right? So, I don't know. I feel like maybe I should move them. Maybe there should be like 9 buttons. Okay, maybe. So the thing about 8 buttons is you could sort of have positive and negative, right? Like these things are good and these things are bad. So maybe it's 8 buttons along the left. And we could take up more screen height if we want to. That would be legal. I'm staring at my screen and I've got little dirt splotches on the screen. So I'm going to wipe them while I'm thinking. Okay. I don't know how my monitors got dirty when I was just like gone for a month. Someone's been breaking into my place and playing Escape from Tarkov and eating soup. Okay. You know, the monitors never get as clean as they are when they were new, but we're helping. We're helping. Okay, so what do I do about this layout? I don't like it. However, we also have a lot that we could do without worrying about the layout, right? Clearly, this is not yet particularly final. Okay, hold on. Let's remember to shrink these last 2 buttons, right? Okay. Now, what do I do here? So we are going to want to fit a little bit more on whatever window pops up. But like I said, we can also make, like I made this window shorter than the whole screen, but not really for any reason. How to consciously avoid bike shedding? Like, if you just work on interesting problems, then you'll just have enough to think about that you'll realize that those other thoughts are annoying and unimportant, right? Like the reason, and or like, okay, there's two aspects to bike shedding, actually, at least. Three, maybe. It depends on social context, right? In a stream, in like an office environment, it's like it happens because everybody wants to put their stamp and have ownership on a thing, and it's just very easy. You know, it's very easy to do low skill things than high skill things, right? There's a variant of that that happens in streams like this, which is just like people want to. Why are they watching the stream? Well, there's something. Why does anyone watch anything? Like they're participating in it in some way. And how do you participate? Well, you participate however you're able to. And it's just easier. Like if you think of some power law curve of like how many people understand a topic, you know, super well in order to have, you know, very insightful comments, and then like less well and then less well, right? Just like anything, most people don't understand the topic super well or don't have that much experience. And then you have the Twitch factor of people showing up in the middle and they don't know what's going on anyway, right? And so all of this just means that there's a bias toward comments that are easier to say that pretty much anyone could say, right? And I think it's not that hard to just notice yourself doing that and do it less. I still even do it sometimes, but I catch myself doing it and hopefully do it less. Okay. So, what do I want to do next? I could just set some colors. I could try out the bitmap thing here. That would require me to, like, I put some bitmaps on my laptop. I could check them in and move them over. These skipping okay. This looks like a frickin' Nintendo Wii game, right? Like the UI is way too giant. But I don't exactly know what to do with it yet. Maybe we'll figure out more things to do. A lot of time, would you have what you feel is a valuable comment the moment has passed by? Well, you could type faster. Bitmap and tooltip. Yeah, I'm kind of thinking bitmap and tooltip. We already talked about keyboard versus mouse. See, this is twitch.tv. This is how it goes. All right. Sorry about San Francisco. Well, I'm very sorry about San Francisco. Let's start theming these buttons um, a little bit, and then we can maybe put bitmaps on instead of the text or something. Now, tooltip. So this is for playtesters only, by the way. This is not. We are not authoring this for the final game. At least, that's not the plan. Not the plan. Okay. So I almost want some tea or some snack. Let's at least start setting colors on these things. You know what? We have a little color picker in our GetRect examples. It's like, you know, I can't actually enlarge it in this example. I could take a minute and like put it in one of these windows and make it real big, but you just, like if I think about what color do I want this to be, maybe that's a good background color, right? Where's that color? We call rounded rectangle here. We just pass these colors. This is just the background and the border. Most things have like theme data structures and stuff, but to draw the background of this thing, it's not even a widget. We're just calling a function, right? So 0.056, 0.180, 0.145, and that's going to stay just a little, it's going to be a little more opaque. And then the border color can be a little bit lighter. Don't want to go too crazy. 103.476.373. All right, so that, let's just run that plus the shrunk buttons. Okay, so that looks a little more pleasant. I feel like I would want to tune the colors a little bit more. It's a little bit weird because this is also what the background looks like, like the water back there, but that's not necessarily true. So if we go to a level like this, for example, that's actually got a lot of just a black background. That's kind of blue. I mean, clearly the UI is the ugliest thing here, right? So okay. Let's set some colors on the button themes. I actually feel like I want the background to be not quite as dark. I want to step it up a little, and then we'll pick some colors. We'll pick some colors for the close buttons down there, and that's going to be a little bit more of a production because they each have like multiple frickin' colors, and maybe this would be a good time to make like a lazy button color set function. We'll talk about that in a minute. But that would be a good thing to supply to the people. Okay, so we want to go a little bit brighter from where we are. Oh, but shoot, I didn't save that old color. We want to go a little bit brighter from what this one was. Actually, hold on. I want to stash this color. Actually, yeah, there's no reason to save the old color. We'll just back off this one. So like this color and then maybe like that one. That might be too bright. We'll find out. It also might be not neutral. Let's keep it this bright, but let's go a little bit more desaturated. Like that. Let's try that. Maybe that's terrible. It'd be better if I could pop this up on the screen and change things live, and maybe someday we will do that, but wow, it doesn't really look a lot different from that other color, just looking at the numbers, but maybe it is. That's a little... Yeah, I was going to say it's a little too bright, but who knows? Like the black buttons and stuff are weird. Weird. Okay, so let us make some button themes for skip and OK. So right now we had this thing called button theme. It's not actually even used till down here. I'm actually going to make two themes. Skip and OK. Because I actually want them to be different colors and stuff. Now, the button theme is here, and it's got all these different colors, right? It's like, okay, whoops. Here's the color neutrally. Here's the color when you're over it. Here's the color when you've pressed it and like it's reacting to your press. And here's the color while it's held down, right? And we want to like set all four of these. And maybe we just want to do it by taking a base color and then doing some operations. And then we could let people call this function with like that base color and set properties on the theme to get defaults. And then of course, why then have four separate fields? Well, it's like, you know, if you don't like exactly what that function returns, you could tweak it, but the function lets you be lazy, right? Or maybe instead there's even like properties on the button theme that just says these other fields are set or they're not. And if they're not, then maybe the button draw routine does these things. I don't know. Maybe that's not as good. Dark and lighten functions. Yeah, and we have functions like that. I'm just not sure that they're very good. But we could try using them. Let's see. Yeah, see, we have a darken here, for example. Let's go. Okay, actually, let's pull this out for a second. These are the things that we need to set. And we're just going to set them manually for these things. You know what, though? Before we even do that, hold on. Pausing that. We're giving this thing button themes. I kind of don't know why they all look completely black all the time. This is pretty dark, right? But like this isn't that dark and these are not that dark. And so when I press the buttons, we should be seeing colors and we're not. So there's like something broken. Before we try to set colors on the buttons, there's something broken about the way that they are rendering, which is maybe not that surprising since we literally just glued this API into our game and haven't really tested it that thoroughly yet. So let's see. Let's just say, okay, we actually want to set these up here. We're just going to say skip theme.surface color is red, kind of green, very blue, right? So that we should be able to see that. We literally do not. Why not? Okay, hold on. We're going to get super debug mode here. Forget drawing all these buttons. Actually, no, we can do that. Okay, so the way this is connected to our program is we have these hooks here. Like to use getRect, so you could use it without doing this and it'll just integrate with simp and you could draw it that way. But if you don't want to use simp, which this game isn't, then you give it functions to do like these 10 or 12 things or whatever. And now the thing is, drawing these buttons should call, you know, set shader for color and then like immediate triangle. And we know immediate triangle works because our rounded rectangle works. So it's like, why doesn't the button work? Is it? Okay, here's what we're going to do. We're going to set all of these, and we're still going to see that it probably looks wrong. And then we're just going to step into it. Let me go back to a faster to load level. Okay. Yeah, we still, nothing about this button is appearing. So we're going to step into the draw call. Let me close this for now. Let's, we're probably not going to need to edit the compiler. Yeah. Get some water. Why are we still starting up Visual Studio? Why are you so slow at everything? Oh my God. I went to get water and the window isn't even up. Like, what's it even? Do I have breakpoints? What's happening? It's doing this symbol loading thing. Maybe, dude, I have to turn that off. Okay. Um, so we can go into, what is this file called that we've been working on? Level rating. Where did I? Oh, it's in the Sokoban game, obviously. Obviously, okay. Level rating. And we're just going to step into drawing the skip button. And so, you know, obviously, this is just pre-drawing kind of things. Core draw button. Let's just check the theme real fast to make sure that looks reasonable. It's a whole bunch of numbers, but surface color, it's 1.311. That looks fine. Okay, so update production value button might have done something weird. But here is where, so this over factor, like if these were nans or something. All right, so those are 0, which is fine. We're not pressing the button. It's totally good. So I'm just going to step past this. And if we get back fishy results, which we may have. No, this is totally the right thing. You know what it is, guys? You know what I think it is? We're just not setting the shader. Because we're not setting the shader, it's using the text bitmap with UVs of 0, which is putting us down in the corner. Except that I would think that we are setting the shader. But maybe we're... No, we're setting it right here. Like, oh God. While I was saying that, I'm literally on this thing that is setting the shader. So that calls down into our program. We're calling shader UI. Now, our shader UI in the game may be messed up. So who knows? But okay. So then we call rounded rectangle. And that's going to do some stuff. But I imagine that that's passing us a valid color. We're going to skip ahead to down here. Here we're drawing some quads for like the main part of the button. And then we fill out like the rounded corners. Oh, this is a good point. So the fact that the button colors are messed up means that both the draw rect and draw triangle have the same problem. Okay, so we immediate quad this. What is our color? Oh God. Okay, well that explains it. So this is clearly bad. Why is it bad? How did color get messed up? It's fine here. Uh-oh. Okay, this is very confusing. Do we have like a compiler bug or something? What's going on? I have been using the x64 backend, which had some bugs introduced into it recently. So now I'm worried that it's just that. It's not that bad because it's not the default backend that people use, but it's like the one that I use because it's faster. And that, because color is correct here and it's wrong here. And that's really the only thing that I can think of, is that it's a compiler bug that would cause that. I mean, maybe the debug info is wrong, but the color is right, but it doesn't seem that way. Let's try not using the x64 backend. So that's LLVM. That's the same. Okay, maybe that's not. Maybe that's not the problem then. It could be a compiler bug elsewhere in the compiler. Or it could be that I'm not seeing something really stupid that I'm doing here. Are there void return values somewhere? No. At least I don't think so. Okay, so we have, unfortunately, because I reran, we're not in the same place. Okay, well, this is weird. No, this is weird because color was fine. For the rounded rectangle, right? That's what's weird about this. Anyway. Like this is for the rounded rectangle right now. Okay, so I want to disable this for a bit until we get here. And then we can re-enable it. So now we're back to our 1.3 scenario, right? See, this still looks correct. So maybe that was, see, that's the problem with working on a compiler. That could have just been a debug info problem, maybe. Maybe I should have stepped down into here. So this color is still correct. And we're filling it out in the vertices. So now it's like our fucking shader in the game is broken, which I'm not even working on that. This is where game development gets frustrating because it's like, dude, I am not even working on that. I have no idea. Here's how we could detect that. It's like, congratulations, we are drawing the same color always. And like, if that comes out wrong, so what the fuck? This is very weird. Okay. This is something in the rendering API to our game, or something that I am not a fan of. It shouldn't be this weird. Like it's very strange because we draw this rounded rectangle for the background, and immediately after, so then we go draw these buttons, right? And you might think, well, you know, a common thing that happens in games is like, oh, the text shader is messing up the buttons. But before we draw text for any of these buttons, first we're drawing at least one of the buttons. Is probably this one down here, actually. And that's already messed up. And like, why is that happening? Maybe this shader that I'm setting in there is just the wrong one. What do I set? Because before the rounded rectangle, I set it manually. Right? Do I do a set shader up here? No. Okay. This function also doesn't call set shader because it's like a lower level thing. I don't think it does. So that's the problem, is I'm just using somehow the wrong shader. Let's see. What do we set? What shader happens to be set when we call this? That's whatever was here. Oh, yeah, I don't know. So here we're using this shader ARGB no texture, which is fine. I understand what that is because I made that originally. But then there's this like shader UI, which maybe I also made or maybe I didn't. And we were using that because I needed to use that. Maybe this is just for 3D UI. Maybe I confused myself. Okay. Anyway, down here, we're going to say that. And I don't, like, we need to clarify what the difference is between those and when they get used and whatever. Okay, this doesn't look good, but it's actually what we want. Look how much better that is. Okay, good. Good. So that was very simple. This is just, you know, video games. I don't know what to say about it, except that we're lucky that didn't take 6 hours to figure out. Okay, here we go. This looks more like a system that actually can do colors. You notice our skip button down there is a color. It's only, you know, we set it all to one color right now, so it's not that exciting of a button. But that's a thing that we could do right now, is make a function that like gives us, you know, maybe skip shouldn't be purple, right? But yeah, okay. Because I don't want my brain to shut off, I'm going to get a small snack. But we could, are there any questions right now about what is going on? Any questions? On topic questions, no bike shedding, please. Where's the UI shader used now? I have no idea. It's probably used for like 3D widgets in the editor, but it should be named more appropriately and less confusingly, if that's the case. Do you use the same language for the shaders? No. How much UI boilerplate? I don't know what that means. What does UI boilerplate mean? Is being unsure if a bug is a compiler issue make programming more complex? A little bit. The thing is, these days the compiler is relatively stable and bugs do not come up that often. Although I do believe we saw one there, even if it was just a debug info bug. It always, debugging is about narrowing down your understanding of the situation until you know what the problem is. And when there are compiler bugs in play, it randomizes, like you can rely on fewer facts, right? And it does make it harder, yeah. But, it doesn't come up that often, like I said. Am I diving in to see why shader UI didn't work? No, because it's probably intended for other situations, so who cares? Like, I've got work to do. I mean, it's probably something I made a long time ago that I don't remember. And it probably, it probably uses lighting from the editor or something, and there's no lights set up because we're running in 2D, so it comes out black. Something like that. Who cares? All right. I am heating up some water because I want some of this delicious tea. Can we still generate C++? You can make it do that. I don't know why you would. You want to go back 40 years in terms of programming, but you could. literally 40 years, guys. Holy shit. It's a long ass time. I mean, not quite, because C++ did get some modifications, of course, since it started, but most of those are bad. So, you know, there are some that are good. So what do we do next? I guess we're setting colors on the things. What colors do we want these things to be? Let's run our little color picker again. Where were we? Here we go. So I kind of like maybe something like this for the OK button. Like it's kind of greenish, but it's not stereotypical green. It's like a little bit aqua, right? Okay. So 0.073. Oh wait, that's skip. We're doing OK right now. Okay. And we're not going to do any of these. And then what's our best guess for... You know, this color actually isn't too bad. Skip, you know what? Like that could be skip. That's kind of a nice neutral. It's like not that exciting. All right. And then we can leave the rest of this to have some color reactivity there. Let me go get my boiling water. Yeah, you know, these colors are a little weird, but they'll do. This still. That's what happens when you don't set all the colors. What is the next step after learning a programming language? Yeah, you do something. In fact, if you haven't programmed something meaningful, then you haven't learned the language yet. It's not possible, sorry. So you just program something. It's not that hard. Just do stuff. It's actually kind of weird to have the active color be slate gray. It's kind of cool. So, okay, if we make a nifty function for button colors, the reference color that you pass it, should that be the color that the button is normally, like always? Like here, like what you see right now on the OK button, and then it only gets brighter or differenter from that? Like the thing is, if it's an automatic function that's kind of lazy, then you probably don't have any chroma or any hue shift at all, right? You probably just have either multiply it up or down or blend toward black or white, because you don't know what direction to shift the hue to do something good. So we could say the over color is, okay, so here's the problem is, one thing you might want to do is just make the color like more intense, right? Like brighter. And if you try to do that in RGB and then you clamp, you get a hue shift, right? So you kind of want to do it in, YUV or something, and clamp the Y, which is doable. We have functions for all that. Why are there no GUI multi-language debuggers out of huge IDEs? You mean like one program without editor just for debugging? Well, you said IDE and then you said just for debugging, and I don't understand, because IDE means cram everything into one program. So you just said, why do these things that cram everything into one program not cram everything into one program? It's like a nonsensical question. Oh, so is the question, why are people not making Yeah, there are some standalone debuggers. It's just they're independent projects that don't tend to have huge funding. That's the point of IDEs, to integrate the tools into one program. Not really. Like people don't. So the reason IDEs happened is because platform holders like Microsoft and Apple want to trap developers on their platform. That is the reason for IDEs. If you don't understand this, you don't, and even with like Java and stuff, it becomes, trap them on our, Java ecosystem as opposed to somebody else's. That is why IDEs happened. They're not about you, except in that they're about trapping you. I have never worked on an operating system project. Please stop asking me about this. Holy shit. I have enough work to do, guys. God damn it. I have never typed one line of code into an operating system project, except when I was in college. So yeah. Sorry, but it's just, I don't know why people are under the impression that I'm like working on something there. I'm not. I have not been. It is not going to happen anytime soon. It might be a far future thing. What do I think about Casey's project? Which project? Casey has a lot of projects. Okay, so we can make a stupid RGB brighten function and then replace it. So I think I'm going to do like the thing that I used to do manually, which is you have some base color, then you have a brighten for it. When you go over, right, and then a whiten when you press it. Because our thing goes away really fast, we might not see that. Oh, the flash and the down are not really going to be visible for these, but they will be visible for the other buttons. Maybe, okay, so because these other buttons don't make the thing go away, it's probably easier to play and observe the colors if we set them on these other buttons, right? So here we have, this is the base color that's like this very dark gray. It has an over color that's less dark and it's oscillating between, right? And then it has a flash color, and you see, like when I press it, it flashes and then it fades back to a brighter color. So that's two more colors. There's the target of the flash and then where you settle back to while you're being held down. And then when I let go, we go back to normal, right? So there's four colors, and I don't quite know how to pick all of them. Like maybe color 4 is lerped halfway between, or no, maybe that's just brightened of the base color. I don't know. Can I tell if the other game will be released before or after Sokoban? Depends which other game you mean. I am now going to put some cinnamon honey in my delicious tea. Game 3. Game 3 is after Sokoban. How did I manage to have those transition periods that don't require the entire studio? Well, it's just sort of different depending on what's going on. So after we shipped the Witness initially, we wanted to target iOS and stuff, and we sort of found this development plan where it was like, well, the art team can be working on that for a while because like we need lower density meshes for mobile platforms, and then I can be out starting this engine and getting it in place and working on the compiler to get it good enough and stuff, right? And so that was how we did that particular transition. But that's very context dependent, right? Like, what do we do next time? I don't know. Okay, I now have a very good tea. It is sad that I make better tea than most coffee shops that I go to, but it is what it is. Seems like I would have liked the old Lisp machines. No, I would have hated them. They're kind of trash. I mean, they're good. Okay, so here's the problem with all that stuff. This is a problem with Smalltalk too, and all this stuff, right? It is true that having one language end to end and having it be modifiable in all this is good, all other things being equal, right? But all other things were not equal. Lisp is actually kind of a Garbo programming language. Lisp machines were very slow. They've all, like, nobody ever seems to want to acknowledge this, but they've been considered to be tremendously slow for the entire history of their existence. It's just like, that's kind of a good idea to have a very integrated machine like that. Lisp was not the right language, and they didn't step up to do something better. It probably took a long time to figure out what was better. So like Smalltalk was one attempt to make something better, but it's bad in a lot of the ways that Lisp is bad. And it was thought that this was good, right? It was thought that not having statically declared types was good and agile, but it's actually bad, right? So any large-scale programming system that isn't statically type checked is a complete trash fire and a waste of your time, because it's just too hard to program. Replace Lisp with something like Rust. No, that's not going to work. I mean, you could do that, but you wouldn't get a lot of the benefits of Lisp, right? Jack called Rust a perfect language. Jack also made fucking Twitter. So what do you want? He also goes on Joe Rogan and swears that they're not going to do anything to unfairly treat people with different ideological viewpoints. And then like merely months later, yeah, I don't like that guy. What about the Lisp keyboard? Not a serious question. Yeah, good. Okay, so let's just make a little function for these guys, and we could test it. We could make these. We could make these the same as the skip color for now. And let's just make a fun little function that does this. So we're going to say rating theme. So I'm going to paste these up here, because these are like stuff that we're going to work with. And then rating theme, or skip button, skip theme, use this color. So we're going to use this as a base color. And we're going to make a function that says, where's our other theme? Rating theme. Okay, so we're going to say init button colors 1. And the reason I'm going to say 1 is this is a version that has one source color, right? We might make a 2 where you could pick different hues and have a more dynamic button, right? But for this one, we're going to do that, and it's a rating theme. All right. So we're going to go init button colors 1, takes a theme and a color, and okay, we're just going to say theme dot surface color just is the color. All right. And then our goal is to set these things. So over, flash, and down, and that's it. Okay, so what do we have in GetRec to work with right now? So we have darken, whiten, and that's it. So we can start just with this, and then we'll make a little brighten function as well. No check-in, do y crcb conversion. We just want it to work before we do this, right? But here we go. Uh, we're just going to do this. We're going to go up and clamp, right, for X, Y, and Z. I mean, why don't we just do this? Right? Oh, and then we override. Yes, okay. Surface color is not not a member of button theme. Wait, oh, okay, hold on. So here, this is the button theme from the game. So the way that I started GetRect was first I was working on UI stuff in the game, and then I pulled it out into a module and made a lot of heavy changes. And so there's like some common theme, like all the themes I was working on in the game first. And so the game has a button theme and GetRect has a button theme, and they're different. And I didn't even, okay, let's put this out here. We're going to go scope file and, let's just put this at the bottom so we don't have to worry about it. All right. What is the difference between GetRect and Simp? Simp is just for putting graphics on the screen as simply as possible, and GetRect is for UI specifically, like buttons and sliders and widgets and all that. And GetRect does not have to use Simp, but it can. Okay, so now you see we don't have much color activity. Like the borders are still the default colors, right? But the interiors, we're just setting them all to the same color right now. So let's do some of this stuff. So we're going to go brighten color 1.2. This is a don't brighten colors in RGB. It's bad, but we're doing it. And then we're going to go whiten. I don't know what that means, but and then for down, I really don't know. Like, let's just see. So the flash color for here is not very good. And it's weird because part of that is because this is a very bright color, right? Like it's going to be an interesting thing to try to figure out what to do about that. Let's just make it, what is our whiten defined as? It is lerps toward 1. So we're just going to go 0.9. That's probably way too much for a dark colored button. And so what do we do about that? I don't know. Lerping is maybe not the right thing. Like whiten should probably be in YCR CB as well. Okay, this isn't the worst default, right? Like we could replace this with a different default later, but for now, it's fine. So I don't know if we're going to want to use this for these buttons, because these buttons are going to have like textures on them. Instead of hello, for now, let's pick hi because it'll fit better. And let's go to the skip and OK. And so we're going to call init button colors on these guys. And then with the borders, I don't know. Maybe init button colors one should pick border colors as well. What do we think default border colors should be? Should they be brighter? Should they be darker? I feel like maybe they're darker unless you surround the button and then they become brighter than the button, right? Because that's an inverse color relationship. Maybe that's kind of lame. I don't know. Or maybe we need to desaturate the colors. I feel like we need to do some color conversion to do anything good. But first, let's get the OK button in here. So we're going to init the OK button off of this. Okay. So this one down here will be, oh, whoops. Wait, what? I done messed up. This is supposed to be the OK color. What did I do? I did, okay. Yeah. Lol. Oh, well, like I said, you can't exactly play with it when it makes the thing go away. But, okay, so that's, question is, do I want a rat hole on a better Brighton? And I guess the answer is yes. And instead of multiplying, because again, a multiply Brighton is not very good because a dark color is not going to change very much, right? So you want to do this in a different color space. And we're going to want to put this in GetRect, right? And I know we have color conversion in there already because we have the color picker. So I'm looking for what those functions are. Okay, so we have like RGB to HSV. HSV is pretty good. Let's see where that is. It's in Color Picker right now, but widgets. We can move it out. RGB to HSV. It just takes 3 components. Why? I don't know. And then we have HSV to RGB. Let's move these out because the design of this is that you're supposed to be able to delete widget files and not be SAG, right? To like if you want to use this library but you don't want a lot of the widgets, you just delete those files, and that's great. So we don't want you deleting the color conversion functions though. Okay. So, whoops. We can go here. No, not here. We can go here, and our Brighton function can instead say, let's just say HSV is RGB to HSV of color, right? And then okay, well, this whiten function is not, yeah, so this is going to take HSV, and I guess brighten means value goes up. And I don't know by how much. Let's just try this. And okay, we'll call this okay. So then we just say result is color result.z plus equals value. I don't know. Like that. That seems fine as the building is on fire. RGB, oh yeah, because this is going to get put back into GetRect, so I don't mind the extra name spacing right now. Wanted 3, oh shoot. See, I put it as a separate color components. Let's just make a dumbass wrapper. I usually don't like dumbass wrappers, but here we go. Of either kind. Like, why did I do it with the separate color components? Because then you don't have to buy into anyone's data structure, right? Is that necessarily the best way to do it? Probably not. Blah. Do I have a... I don't think this will work. I don't think I can say /vector3. Yeah. Okay. This is... the reason is because vector3 has a bunch of stuff in it. Oh, wait. I didn't say the right thing. Hold on. I didn't say interface. Interface. This probably still won't work, but... yeah. Yep. Because they just have extra stuff. But VBase here... let's call it VBase 3. Okay. Incompatible structs, wanted vector 4 given... oh, because we return... we want to return T. Oh, now I'm literally at the calling site. Oh, no, because I'm returning V3. Ugh, okay. Because V3 makes a fucking vector 3. Okay, so now because I moved those color conversion functions, I didn't move everything that they use. And some of that stuff was local to color picker. Whoops, like literally this. So we're just going to move that. Going to make that module scope. All right, there we go. I am glad you like the games. Glad you like the games. All right, what even were we doing? Oh, we were changing our white and oh, that didn't really work. I mean, it's a cool effect. I think, I mean, we can't tell if it worked because I think we're going to alpha 0 for some reason. Why? Okay, so I'm doing this VBase thing. This is a little bit weird. Oh, fudge. Yeah, let's do this. Let's do this. See, this is like generic programming is cool, but there's always like just concrete details to think about. Hold on, what? Why did that not work? It's claiming result is a float. Wait. Do I have something called result? No. And V. Oh God. You know what this is? This actually is a compiler bug. Maybe. Let's just try. Okay. Maybe. Okay. I just want to disambiguate something for a minute because I'm doing this weird generic function and generics are always a little bit confusing. No, okay, it's not a compiler bug. I thought it was for a second. Attempt to dereference float. Why do you think result is a float? How is that even? Oh, because HSV. Oh, fuck. I shadowed V. That's what happens. I'm dumb. Sorry. Sorry, everybody. Now we don't have a V. Let's call. I'm going to call it C. I don't know, just because there's no C. See, that's why you have a color space with a V in it, and you like to use V for vector and whatever. Okay. Is a compiler resolving the function of the one that receives 3 floats? Well, so that's why I said I thought it was a compiler. I thought it's actually not bad. Look at that. Okay, so I thought it was a compiler bug because I had a related compiler bug the other day where, okay, maybe it was looking at that other overload that has the 3 floats and like trying to resolve to that. But then regular overload resolution would cause that to not work. But overload resolution like sort of happens if the compiler gets confused, it could think you really are trying to call that even though we're resolving overloads, and it could issue an error message, right? And that actually happened last beta in something. So anyway, But so that's where my mind went when I saw that error message, but it was really like because I shadowed a variable. Sag. I should say here's the declaration of V, and like I don't say that for some reason. Anyway, I think we could actually tone this down just a little bit. And maybe that's probably saturating. Oh no, because whiten we haven't changed yet. Let's actually change that. Right, so whiten is going to be do we want it to go toward bright white? Yes, because it's not grayin. So I think we want to subtract saturation. All right, hold on. Let's remove the vector from these. I think, yeah, that was confusing. Okay, so now it's like I'm doing this weird thing so that this will take vector 3 or vector 4 or any other vector you make that has x, y, and z. That's all fine. Do I want to put this in getrect? Let me just do this. Hold on. Let's see how it is just writing it out without the wrapper. Because like I said, I don't like to add wrappers anyway. Okay, so we get the HSV. We're going to say S. Like, I don't even remember. Are these HSV 0 to 1? So we do this and okay. Maybe I messed that up because the color range might not be 0 to 1 on this HSV. I don't, like sometimes it's in degrees, like around the cone. I mean, that looks whitened. By a lot. Shouldn't there be different functions for each color space? No, you can't. Our colors are in RGB. We don't pass HSV colors around on things. So like, you don't want to add this like proliferation of colors that anybody could be talking about all the time. That's just a disaster. It's not a disaster, but it's not what we want to be doing. Okay, this seems okay. Do we want our button color setting function to set the button frames? I feel like we do. I don't know what's a good default policy. Yeah, maybe darker frames till you go over them. And then they're a little brighter, and then the flash can be very bright. Let's see. what are these? There's also text color, which we're not going to worry about yet. Okay, frame color. All these same stuff. So many colors. Okay, let's just say default frame color is darken. I don't feel like this is going to look that good, but we'll try it. When you go over, it's going to be a little bit whitened and a little bit brightened. Oh, that's an RGB. See, this is where we start to get a little bit scary. The flash seems like too much. Well, maybe you really want to know you press the button. Let's make it subtler, also to test that our ranges are more correct. So we're going to brighten that HSV color. We're going to see, this is kind of stupid because we're converting back and forth, which is one of the traps of having a standard color that you pass around. But like, for a function like this, it doesn't matter that much. Anyway, so we're going to brighten which is still our thing here, which we may move, but that's still this function up here, right? So brighten takes HSV. So we're going to brighten the HSV. This seems like way too much for what we want. We want to do that a little bit. And then we whiten this. By like, it's weird. Oh, so one thing that's inconsistent is like these all take RGB and return RGB, and this new function we made doesn't do that. So we should probably make it actually work like this. Let's get these colors in, and I'll probably mess it up because it's confusing, and then we can simplify it. So we go, how much do we want to whiten it by? I don't know, 0.08. Like, not that much. We're looking for something simple, and then we can actually, we can have this be a quite strong flash toward white from whatever that is. And then while it's like down, I don't know, I think we want it to feel still kind of active. Let's just see what we get out of this. Okay, so that already looks a little weird to me. But again, this is just one example from around the color space. That's a little weird too. Like, neither of these is good. That's okay. I don't know. Like, I'm not... I don't love this at all. How's it going, everybody? What do we do? What are good defaults for a button like this? Like if, and the constraint is we're kind of living, I mean, I guess we could hue shift it, but that we could do an opponent color scenario. Right? Is that going to be horrible or is that going to be okay? I feel like that might be too much as a default. That's the only thing that's the only hue shift that's well defined though, is opponent color. Which for this, I think we still have our color picker up, right? So this was literally the color. It's here, right? So our opponent color would be like here somewhere. Let's stash this first. Oh, because it was this one. We just picked that one off the standard palette. So it would be like here. I mean, that might be kind of weird because our background is a little blue, but God damn it, guys. I'm going to ban anybody who talks about what happens with a button after the cursor has moved off. Like, why does everybody care about this? Why is this the most interesting thing in the universe? Like, somehow everybody wants to talk about your mouse moving off a button. I don't get it. Actually, this question is about a little bit of a different thing, right? But like the answer to that question about depress animations is it's the same as any button animation. It's the same as anything, right? So like, how am I animating this button continuously over time? Like I move to the thing and it's not snapping to a color, right? It's smoothly interpolating to the color and then it's strobing up and down between two colors, right? How is that done? Well, once you do that, it's trivial to do other things regarding the button being down or not down, right? People have really strong opinions over everything in a UI. No, they have strong opinions about one thing. All anybody ever talks about is what happens after you press a button, but before you let go of the mouse button. That is literally the only topic that anybody ever talks about in UI. People also ask what kind of keyboard. That's true, but that's not really a UI question because you could keyboard into a text mode console. Okay, so like really you know what my choice is going to be for now? It's going to be to ignore this for a while because this is fine. It's like better. And I don't know what would really be better. And we're talking right now about like picking a default that everybody gets when they're lazy. So we kind of don't have enough experimentation using this function on different color spaces. Okay, let's go back here and undo my mistake here of having this take an HSV, because that is going to be very confusing and we are going to regret it. So we're going to do it the same way we did all this. And it means if you do them in succession, there'll be some redundant computation, but that's okay for now. These are lazy bones functions anyway. So we're going to go HSV is RGB to HSV, right? And then we're going to go V plus equals value, right? And then we're going to go RGB is HSV to RGB. It's also like HSV might not be the best color space for all these operations. So you could imagine going into different color spaces instead. I literally just typed this below, but anyway. Okay, so this just takes an RGB color now, which means we could put this in getRect. And let's tell the people about this actually. Modules getRect, whiten now uses HSV color space for better consistent results. Brighten added to make a color brighter uses HSV as well. And then let's go ahead and give people this lazy bones function. Oh, hold on. Before we do that, we need to make our code here correct again, because like, woof. I did it again. I did something again. A non-constant declaration. Line 560. Wait, what? Oh. I meant color. I tried to make it be a type. Won't I miss the W component in the result? No, because what I meant to type was this, right, which copies W out of the source. Instead of forcing these to run, let's actually move our VBase thing back. Oh my God. That actually looks pretty good, but it's wrong. I like that tomato color. But like, this means our whiten is fucked up. That's a good color though. Doesn't this look like we're making a Nintendo game or a Wii game? Let's see. It was Brighton here, right, that we literally just changed. So either our parameters, okay, hold on. Let's comment these out. We should not be calling these anymore. Oh, we are down here. Duh. So that was actually, you know, usually if you get your color space wrong, it's a lot uglier than that. That was a very pleasant tomato color. Okay. No, I'm not seeing much of a flash. Like our whiten is working. Is my flash color? Like a long time ago, we turned this down. Maybe it just needs to be a lot more. It could also be not just whitening. We could also brighten. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that might be a little too intense for a default. But the other one was a little too mellow. Let's start with the surface color over instead of the base color. So we're going to whiten the brightened color. That way you don't lose brightness. Yeah, it gives a little snap, but it doesn't like punch you in the face. Okay. This is good. Now, this VBase 3 thing here, I actually want to keep this. Whoops. Because before we were doing this thing where you have to use like math.vector whatever, which actually the rest of GetRect requires, but maybe eventually we don't require that. So instead of asserting that t is vector 3 or vector 4, this is actually better type checking because it type checks at the calling site, which means you could overload it better and stuff. Tell the people about that. Rather than being hard-coded for vector 3 and vector 4, darken, whiten, brighten, now use interface to accommodate whatever type you have, as long as it's got XYZ float. Okay, cool. Maybe try with some different colors. Well, I mean, the goal isn't exactly to tune the library right now. The goal is actually to make the interface. And I kind of want to do goofy bitmap stuff now. And yesterday, I saved some bitmaps on my laptop. So I'm going to take a couple minutes, I think, and check those in on the laptop so that they can get over here. Or instead of checking them in, I can just put them on the Dropbox. Okay, isn't this an amazing sign of how much Windows has failed? That in order to get some files from my laptop to the PC 3 feet away, I have to send them to Xi Jinping because Microsoft has just made it too hard just to do it. Right? Brythen. Did I say Brythen? I either have to send them to Xi Jinping or use a USB flash drive manufactured by Xi Jinping, which has probably been backdoored, right? There's literally no other way to get even though both of these computers are on the same local network, like trying to get that in Windows to work consistently is like a fucking disaster and nobody ever bothers. Like that's how have you guys seen on Twitter recently? There was this clip that went around of like Bill Gates explains the internet and the talk show host is like laughing at him and making fun of the internet. And it's supposed to be like Bill Gates was so prescient. He knew how important this was. And it's like, fuck you, dude. I can't even get a file from one computer to the other computer without sending it to China. What are you talking about? All right. Where did I save these? Were they in downloads? Yes. Okay. And I'm going to go to Dropbox and I'm pasting them. And I'm going to come over here and who knows what's in my Dropbox. So I'm going to go into high security mode for a minute. Actually, this is an on theme sponsorship moment.
The world is full of difficult choices. From small things like what vegetable to have with dinner or what book to read, to big things like who will be that special someone or which candidate you should elect. These choices can be daunting, but we have the solution. The next time you have to choose, relax. The right music? It's these guys. The book to read was Proust. That special someone was your old Plan B, Dave. The right candidate was this lady, and the vegetable was lettuce. Every day we help millions of people choose a better life by choosing it for them. Face goo my crapama. Think of how great your choices will be when they're made by us.
Okay. So okay, so you don't. Okay, you can sort by date with the icons. Okay, so I got these like low quality things and I want to make some square. I assumed they were going to be square icons out of them. And these are just going to be our bitmaps for now. And they're just going to be kind of programmer arty. They're not shipping with the game. Nobody cares. Private file hosting should be secure. Like, according to who? How do I know? Okay. Like everybody seems to be falling all over themselves to offer you quote secure unquote things that are obviously not secure. So I don't know. I don't know what to say about any of that. So I guess I have this choice to make. Like, are the buttons going to be square? And I think they are. I think they should be square. For now. All right. So I'm going to rename this to, I'm going to put all these with the same bitmap prefix. This is going to be called Rating Snakebird. Snakebird. So I said before I didn't want to do a 1 to 5 comments, like of how much you like the level. And the question is, what are the ratings? And we decided Snakebird. Snakebird was one of the comments that you could put where you're saying like, okay, this was like Snakebird, right? I will say it's much easier to get a fucking square transform than in Photoshop. Okay, so if I crop this, like I never know how this is gonna look actually. You know, let's make it a little bigger. Let's make it 512 by 512. Because I want to get a little bit of sky. Maybe that's gonna make it look messier. Okay. Oh, and of course, this fucking program cannot crop for whatever reason. Oh, that's so terrible. It makes me want to play Snakebird and take a screenshot. It's okay, though. It's not going to be that big on the screen. And save as. What folder are we frickin' in? Oh. Oh, dang it. It's not the same shortcut. You have to say export to actually save the file that you want. Why is it 514? Wait, what? How did that happen? How did I get 514? Okay, whatever. It didn't save my folder. We can replace that with a higher quality PNG later, maybe. I'll delete the JPEG. I need to remove the lock. Oh, whoops. Wait. Why? All right. This is what happens when I do this in Photoshop. I just remember all these things, but because I don't use this program. Even though it's basically the same, the fact that it's trivially rearranged. All right. Snakebird. Let's do one or two other ones. it's just so we could see how things behave. We could do the broken. I don't. Okay, that's great. So how do I want to edit the selection the same way I was editing this thing, right? Like, I don't understand why that's so goddamn hard, and none of these fucking programs ever give you a way to do it. Like, it even looks the same. It's like, literally, this is the selection, except it's not the selection. It's the transform. Like, why is that a different thing? Okay, that's a lock as well. All right. And then we cut because we can't crop. We just litter our program with these things. This seems off center, actually. Hang on. Like, I legit don't. We're just going to crop it a little bit lower. And then we're going to go back over here and we're going to paste and just move it. I guess I could have just dragged the old one. I don't know how that's going to look on screen. Whatevs. Okay. Export. I wonder if I should resize these to a standard size. Because the problem with this is, if we render this in GL, it's going to be super ass ugly. If we scale it up. Nah, whatever. Okay. Rating broken. Do one more. Let's try this one. This one's going to be challenging. It's also very ugly. Oh my God. We might have to license some other clip art for this, but like, it astonishes me how bad some image compression is on the internet, and people just put up with it, right? So the problem with this one is I don't want to crop it much. I mean, we could do this, and then we're going to have to enlarge it. It's actually close to square. Actually, we could get away with it, couldn't we? It's a pretty low quality image to begin with. But like, that's going to give people the general idea. That must, I don't know. So again, yeah, okay. Export. PNG, export, rating contrived. All right. So we're just going to get these on the screen, which might be, because I haven't really done bitmap buttons and I don't remember what the different properties are, and they may not come out the way we want and stuff. Okay, shoot. I just accidentally put these in totally the wrong place. Let's undo that ad that we just did. Thank you for not being Git. All right. So we want this in our Sokoban game. Sokoban. Like, I don't know how I ended up over there. probably the last place that I exported from Affinity Photo a long time ago. All right, we're putting it in editor, even though, yeah. All right, so we'll add it to source control here. And we're just going to load these up. When we start the thing, you know, this is still kind of a hack where we're just drawing it in the middle of the frame and we initialize it the first time. So when we initialize this rating thing, right, we'll do that. Is the tool below the pipette the crop tool? What's the pipette? I don't see a pipette. Gradient, paint mixer, erase brush, dodge brush, healing brush, pen tool, rectangle, text, mesh warp, rectangular marquee. Wait, crop tool, what? How does this work? Wait, I just cropped an image. Oh my God. I didn't even know that was in, I thought this wasn't in the program. Did they add it? How do I like, I mean, this looks like we could actually use it. So I take back what I was saying about there not being cropping. It just doesn't work. Like, I don't know why you can't seemingly crop to the selection, but you could use this. And like, you know, it looks annoying, but also you could use it. Okay, cool. Okay. So let us go back to where we were. We have these square icons now. We're going to load them. Yeah. Okay, so this is going to be false, and we need this function now. And what's that going to do? Well, we're going to have contrived, broken, snakebird are all textures, right? So I think I just get from texture catalog. Oh, find. Yeah. So I just do this. Let's say, let's just make a short name for that. And we'll just do this. Okay, so now we start these up. We actually don't, see, this is kind of weird because the way the catalog kind of works is it's supposed to be cheap to look things up by name anyway. But doing this lets us preload it. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know, man. Okay. Because we're eventually going to move this to like game startup so it doesn't hitch the first time it comes down or whatever. Okay. Let's just make sure that goes. Okay. Now we want to use these bitmaps, and there's just I think I just pass it as a parameter. And the thing is, I've barely used bitmap buttons, so I don't know how this is going to come out. Yeah, okay, so I could pass a texture. So let's pass empty text, and texture equals contrived. Texture equals what were they? Broken. Texture is snakebird. And these. Okay, that did not draw these textures at all. Why? Hell if I know. We'll find out. We're just going to step into one of them, I guess. It's a lot of reasons why it could be. Oh, no, you know what it is? It's the same problem as before. Remember when we had the wrong shader way back 10 centuries ago and everything was coming out bad at the beginning of the stream? I didn't fix the neighboring shader. So, where was it? Here we go. So this one could be like and texture or something. I don't remember what it's called. Yeah. Now that might not be the only reason it's not drawing, but it's probably one of them. Okay, so now now we see the true production value. How does catalog handle two files with different paths but the same short name? It reports an error to the user. What's the Snakebird rating? It means that that level was like Snakebird. However, as you can see, yeah. Yep. So we're going to want to go to Snakebird. We're still breaking over here. That's not where we want to be. We want to be... Where is... Okay, Snakebird. Boom. Let's just check the texture. Snakebird. How does this look? Format BC3, because I guess we compressed it. 512 by 512. I guess that was the size. Let's check. Right, these were smaller. Yes. So they're like resampled to the nearest power of 2 and compressed as BC's Quest for Tires. which is fine. Like that's our texture loading system doing that. Okay. So we go to core draw button, which does not draw, wait, the bitmap, does it? Texture. No, it does. That's right there. Okay. So we do the rounded rectangle. Now we have a texture. What is the color? I mean, it's a lightish, very light gray or white color. And obviously the quad is correct because we're stomping over the button in the background. Set shader for images. It might be the UV coordinates come out wrong. Maybe we don't pass them correctly. It's possible. Except not all the, now it can't be UVs because not all of these are black in the corner. For example, that one was very blue. So we step into this, it goes into our program. It sets the shader to ARGB and texture. Oh, wait, where do we set the actual texture? Lol, okay. When I wrote this hook, so these hooks are totally untested, right? Because like I said before, GetRect will integrate with Simp by default, but our game doesn't use Simp, right? Our game has its own whole thing. So I'm setting the shader, but not setting the texture. Ha ha. I'm getting hungry again. How do we set texture? In immediate mode, there's got to be like an immediate. It's like we've changed this a few times. Immediate set, texture, diffuse. Like, how do I do? The problem is I wrote some code and then other people changed it because let's just go to where this happens, and you could look there. It's in render IM. No, it's in renderer. It's also confusing. No, it's just in the main. Okay, we got it. So there's literally nothing in here says texture. WTF. All right. What's a thing that draws bitmaps in 2D? The checkbox. See, okay, map, checkbox, empty. How do we do this? We say image, draw production value button. And that also, you can see this is sort of the ancestor of the code that we were looking at. Set texture. Okay. Oh, right. Okay. So the deal is, the very old version of this API, when I was getting the engine up and running, you know, it wasn't trying to be a high performance architecture. It's just very straightforward, synchronizing all the time and stuff. it's now kind of more of a command buffer API. And so when you say immediate set shader, what that gives you back is kind of like a command buffer context thingy. And then you set things on that. And I'm just not used to thinking about immediate mode rendering that way, even though it's pretty much clearly the right way to do it. We go back here and we do this. And hopefully, see, I'm learning how to use our own game engine. Why? Why is Sokoban's? Oh, because it's in the debugger. I was like, wait, I can't close it from the console. All right. Hey, okay, they're upside down, which is frequently a problem that I have. And they're also like, we have these buttons that do all this animation, and these, you can see them responding a little bit, but, you know, there's like, they're not, well, they're certainly not rounded in a nice way. But there's probably other things that are not good about them. Anyway, so we at least have these on the screen. That's pretty good. They are upside down. That is not pretty good. Now, I don't know. I am honestly not sure what's the best way to deal with all this upside downness. I don't know why I keep having this problem. Is it how the images are loaded? I mean, yes, unfortunately. And also no. And the annoying thing is, I mean, I guess in the button code, we're going to want some configurability. Okay, here's where we sort of need to make a choice, actually, right? It's a moral choice like BioShock. Okay. Our texture support for get wrecked buttons so far is basically trivial, right? It's just in there to support probably the check boxes that we do that, you know, probably should get changed anyway, right? So that's why it's just this very, like, it's just drawing the button over or the texture over the thing. You obviously want to control whether it's upside down or right side up for your game's UV coordinate convention. But aside from that, like, maybe you don't want it to be the whole size. Maybe you want to shrink it in. Maybe you want to use the corner roundedness, but then like alpha fade this out. Or maybe you want a fully rounded button just with the texture coordinates mapped onto the button, right? That's what I think we should do. Or at least have a flag that lets you do that. Yes. So I think we're going to do that and we're just going to map it to the button background. And if that messes up our checkboxes, we'll just fix the checkboxes anyway. Okay. So this thing down here. Oh, that's in core draw button anyway. Core draw button. Okay, so and we use the text color for the texture because we assume, and you know what they say about assuming. Okay, so we're going to no check in this for a bit because we want this alternate way of doing it. And then we're going to see if we need to like do both or if just the alternate way is fine. So here we're going to go okay. I mean, should we just pass texture to rounded rectangle? Did we decide, okay, hold on, rounded rectangle. Did we decide that this does set shader? No. Now the problem is, this draws the background and then the frame. And like, should the frame, like I feel like you want the frame over the background. So here, see, the problem is in the loop here, we do background frame, background frame, background frame, background frame, which is not, and I emphasize not how you would want to do it if you're switching shaders or toggling texture back and forth or whatever, right? That's very spammy. That's hella spammy because num segments is like, I don't know, it's like a substantial number. So this is where like something that seems like it would be a small change suddenly is a big change. We could do a weird hack, right, where we draw it with the texture and the surface color. It's like, okay, so the other deal here is we want to generate UV coordinates for all these vertices, which is not that hard. It's actually pretty straightforward, right? But then we would pass them to all these immediate triangle, immediate quad calls. And, 'cause, 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 ' Wait, why are we calling triangle and then quad? Maybe I don't know. Oh, yeah, okay, I get it. The thing is, all of these also then want to get UVs computed, and it'll be quite a fair bit of extra lines. To do UVs on the frame, right? It's like this is almost where it's tempting to have an OpenGL implicit scenario where like you set a UV transform. Like you can see why the OpenGL people thought that was a good idea. And it was a little bit for that time, but it's not really. Okay. So what do we do about this? Here's what I'm going to do. This is probably stupid. I don't know. Like, you can imagine people wanting all sorts of effects. Like maybe they want a color gradient across the back of their rounded rectangle or whatever. Like, I'm torn between doing a more specialized version so that the base version doesn't have this complication in it, or just like throwing it in there and just saying like, hey, maybe we'll have a callback, or maybe more like we make a vertex array, because you want this to at least be reasonably fast. You don't want to call a callback per vertex so that they can fill in the UV coordinates and the color, but you can give them a buffer of like, here's our 1,000 vertices that we're about to render, because this is not fucking Unity game engine, or old style Unity, right? They're trying to change it, but man. So we could do that, and that would be kind of reasonable. But I don't like the problem that I have with this is that's about making it nice. And right now, I want to put this functionality in the game, right? And so it's kind of a rat hole to go off and make this nice without that. So I'm going to pare back a bit. I'm going to give myself time to think about how do I want to do this. And we're going to do the easy part, which is flipping the textures upside down and other stuff. What do we have on button theme? Okay, like why? Let's hold on a second. So immediate quad goes 0, 0, 1, 0, 1, 1, 0, 1. And where are P0, 1, 2, 3? I assume it's lower left, lower right. Yeah, so it's like Our game is expecting left-handed texture coordinates, which I don't know how the fuck we ended up there because I hate that shit. But it's where we're at. Like it's a problem everybody has, right? And the thing is, we can't flip it on the other side of this. So let's just try to put it on the button theme for now. And I don't know how that's going to go. Okay. So oh, we already have texture scale. I don't think we're actually using that though. Are we? Oh yeah, it's right here. Duh. You know, this could maybe eventually be like a flag or something, but we'll just say texture left-handed okay. So our immediate quad here wants UV0, 1, 2, 3. Okay. So we're going to go U0, U1, U2, U3. And then if what did we say? Theme dot texture left-handed. Actually, right, it's the other way around. No. Okay. Okay, so we go V0, V0, V1, V1, like that. Frame pixels. How did I mess? What? Now I'm confused. Oh yeah, because I put it in here. I'm like, wait. Okay. Look at that. So the thing that we can do later to make it nicer is to actually texture map the background of the button, right? As opposed to drawing it on top. And because right now it's like, this is using the text color, which is lame. You want all the expressivity of the button color, probably. All right, so now honestly, our big problem here is these buttons are not square right now. And so if we map these textures onto them, that's going to be gross. Like they're kind of stretched right now, you can tell, right? So let's fix that. And the problem kind of is, if I just make the buttons square right now, like I could square up the buttons individually, right? The problem with that is then they're kind of floating with weird spacing between them. Like I don't want to put more spacing between them. So instead what we could do back here when we compute the button areas, which is where? You can tell it's break time and or breakfast time. Rating, level rating. Okay. So back here, we do this rating area computation, and then we say row 0, row 1, right? And then we shrink by a margin for each button, okay? And that's actually weird as well. Like we might want to do this layout a little differently, because shrinking by the margin like puts the margin, you can see on the left side here, right? Where really, you know, maybe we don't want to do that. So let's start over on the button size here. Kind of. Let's not shrink. We're not going to start over. We're just going to change it a little bit. We want all these buttons. What we're going to do, though, we're going to say this margin, we want to compute it earlier. And it's K, by the way, times 08.08. And then we're going to say row 0 and row 1. But we're going to do this. We're going to say row 0. Let's say row height is rating area.h minus the margin that goes between them, right? And then times 0.5, right? So now row 0 and row remainder is going to be cut bottom for row height, right? And then row 1 we cut the margin off, right? Wait, no, let's just do cut top. So we're gonna say row 1 is the top, row 0 is the bottom, and then the, whoops, just this gutter area in the middle. Okay. This, I didn't do this right. Oh, actually, it's fine to do it this way. Yeah, actually, no. Let's just do this. Okay, so we get these rows. And then we're gonna cut buttons off. And for now, we should be able to use this, and the buttons will just be crammed together horizontally, right? But they'll be fine vertically. How does this look full screen? Well, it doesn't look good even at small screen, so why are you worried about full screen? Actually, yeah, this bitmap might be a little too low res for our purposes. It's fine. We could upsample it in Affinity Photo. Okay, so so this is kind of what I was saying. I want to put margins between the buttons now, right? And so what I want to do now And also I want the buttons to be square. Okay, so let's say B is row height, I don't know, right? So this is going to give us square buttons. Okay. Well, okay, except the last one, because the last one just gets whatever's in the rest. This is fine, though. We're going to change that in a minute. Okay, so now let's actually having no margin actually isn't that bad. Like there's something cool about it, but because your cursor is always active. But we'll do it. Yeah. We're going to want some margin anyway, because these are going to be toggle buttons eventually, right? And like, I think you just want some time and space to represent whether they're on or off. Although that could be just with colors. I was also going to make the background or the frame maybe get bigger or something. Okay. So we know now I want the I want sort of the gutter between the buttons horizontally to be the same as the vertical one. Maybe not later. So maybe we so you know, here we had we called it margin. Let's maybe say this is the vertical margin. Right? And we'll say margin H for now is margin V. They're going to be the same, but we're going to retain the right to change them if we want. So now let's change what we're doing down here. And in fact, we can leave one of the rows and just do the bottom row, right? So what we're going to do instead of, so before we said just cut the button off and then do the rest. And we're going to sort of do the same thing. But we're going to say we're going to cut the button off. And then we're going to cut a margin, right? Or so we don't actually have this as a feature, but we could say cut left R0, 1, 2, 3 by margin H, right? So what is this? This is just going to be an uninitialized rect for now. And then, so we're just going to cut the margins off each time, right? It's a little bit confusing. Something like that. Oh, I messed it up. R023. Wait, what? What did I do? Wait, I have another underscore. Oh, because I'm colon equaling it, right? The reason I pre-declared that was because these already exist. All right. Wanted rec. Oh, yeah, because like I said, remember how I said we have different stuff in the game? There we go. There we go. Okay. So that's pretty all right. And then our fourth button is still too big. I'm actually not sure why. Let's fix that. And then we can just do the same thing in the upper row, right? So I thought we said, oh, right. Okay. Never mind. Because we're cutting the margin off, but then, you know, the whole area is very wide, right? So we could pre-compute the area size based on number of buttons times number of margins or whatever. But I'm just going to be lazy bones and say we're just going to do a final cut there. Okay, so now we have 4 square buttons, and we've got a little bit of space on the right. We've also got more space on the left than I thought. Although maybe not. Like, I have to look at later. Where are we putting the left-hand side of this thing? Are we intentionally indenting it? But that whatever we do here will follow. You know, if we scoot this left, all this other stuff will follow, so it's fine. Yeah, we're going to want it. Like, the fact that this is gray means it doesn't respond to, like, color multiplications much. We're going to want to deal with that. In fact, we could make the background completely transparent and just have the button color. All right. Anyway, let's do the same thing with the top row now. So this is literally all the same stuff. But anytime you see an R0, put an R1, which is a lot of things at this point. It's like, well, maybe this is too much just to do what we're doing. It's worth thinking about. Oh, wait. Dude, I replaced both of them. That's why it's so much. Hold on. I was like, oh, hold on. We just want to do these. It's still maybe a little too much, but, you know, maybe we'll come up with better naming. Because, like, I don't think we really need all those variable names. Yeah. Okay. So let's actually go back and look at that for a second. Don't they look better square? Let's go back and look at, because we keep giving all these names for all these temporaries. And let's just say we have underscore, which is junk that we're chopping off. And, I mean, I kind of want to use it. Like, one letter names are not that great of an idea, but, I don't know. I want to say like remainder or something, but that would be R again if I give it a 1-letter name. Capital R. Okay, maybe. Let's do that. Let's see how readable that is. So the reason I did, we're gonna chop this. That's why I pre-declared. And we're just gonna say R, right? And then R. And then we just keep using big R. R is like, it's like, you know, when you're cutting slices off the stick of butter, maybe not, like the cookie dough, you know, when you're cutting the roll of pre-bought cookie dough because you don't make your own and you're just slicing pieces off and then you eat half of them. That's what we're doing. So we just keep cutting off R, and we don't have all these frickin' variable names, right? Right? So we have this R thing, and we just keep cutting off it. And in fact, we could go R is row 0, and then we're just chopping off it. That looks a lot simpler to me and easier to follow. Oh, but got to do that. Okay, great. So now let's do that, right? And that's way less mess. Actually, let's appreciate the difference between this code and this code. Isn't it so much better? Isn't it so much better than my stupid idea down here? Which would you rather try to understand and maintain out of these two? Even though they're basically the same. They're basically the same. All right. So, and that's just the value of not being mega easily satisfied. Just looking at something you did and saying, I think that could be a little better, you know? Okay, so that's great. I'm starting to kind of want to break and to get food and something, but and then I have a meeting later. But we could do a couple more of these bitmaps or something. Let's try and fix, actually. Where's Affinity Photo at? So I don't know if there's like a quick export to like keep re-exporting the thing, but like if I, oh man, it's frickin' grayscale. Thanks, assholes. So if I just do this again, like just like all of these, Photoshop does this too. Just let me keep exporting into the same file. Like, why are you making a production out of the fact that this isn't your native file format? Like, nobody wants to, it's just a disaster. Oh, interestingly, GetRect right now doesn't know that we're in a window in front of our window. I can't actually press the buttons, but it's highlighting them. Okay, interesting. Where were we? Editor. No, where was it? Where's our frickin' files? Sogomon Entry Data Editor. Oh, it's just in. Oh. Okay. So all this work just to resave this, replace it, and you can see the game actually hot loaded it. We don't have to restart the game, right? So that's good. So let's Control Z. It's just like so much effort to frickin'. All right. So we're going to document, resize document to, I don't know, at least 512. We'll probably make these by resample nearest neighbor because it's pixel art. All right. That still did some interpolation. Or is that the viewing? Yeah. Like what? Why did it do that? Like, look, there's no. And then I go, is there an option? Resize. Oh, hold on. Resize document to 512 pixels using nearest neighbor. I guess don't resample. Wait. You can't change the size then. Okay, there's literally no way to get it not to do the anti-aliasing thing. That's fine. We'll just go all the way to 1024. All right. Boom. And then we're going to, how do we magic? Ooh, look, there already was a thing. Tolerance 20. If I delete, how do I? Okay. Okay. Trash this. We have two backgrounds. What? Oh, because the other guy. Yeah, let's trash that. And then I wanted to delete all of this anyway. So let's magic wand and delete. And then we're going to make that button be special color. Non-contiguous. Bammo. Okay. So now, export. I wish I knew a faster way to do this. Okay. Wait. It didn't actually export it with a transparent background. What's going on? Because you can see we hot loaded it because we got rid of the smudge up here. But more. How do... Does this have... Oh, is this like the Photoshop thing where this has to be like a layer from background or something? Or did they fix that? It doesn't look like it. Am I sure my UI module can handle alpha? Yes. Yes, I am sure. I mean, who knows? There might be a bug with how we're doing this specific thing, but broadly speaking, yes. Is it not the background on the button? No, because, so the thing is, this texture is covering up these curved edges. So if you don't see the button beneath, it's because the texture is drawing all the way up to the corner. So something is wrong here. Sag. Anyway, we'll worry about that later, actually. And the reason why is because, like I said, we're just fixing the most egregious problems right now and getting it reasonable. Like this bitmap looks like crap as well. Like, ugh. All right. Let's just do a little bit more so we have more buttons. And once we have more buttons that are less pleasant like this, then I'll feel more pressure to make them better, right? After I finish this, I could like factor this out into another GetRect example program, except the problem is we can't ship like Snakebird and stuff. You have to replace the graphics. All right. Oh yeah, let's try to use our crop tool. We want something roughly square. This one's probably not going to be very good, but whatever. How do I actually crop it without, like I did it by clicking on here before, but that seems really weird. Okay, apply. Okay. Export. This is pretty big, but let's make it 1024. Document, resize. I don't know which of those is which. 1024, not nearest neighbor. I don't know. Fine. There we go. These buttons are way too big, by the way. This whole thing is just way too big, but it's fine. Export. We're going to call this rating underscore design. Okay. And then this one. So this crop tool actually was okay because you just get it, to the basic area you want, and then you square it up. That's actually much faster than what I was doing. All right. Good. I kind of want it to stay snapped in the image. Maybe there's an option for that. Okay. Apply. Document, resize. We'll leave it that way. File, export, rating, liked. We need one for something you really didn't like. See if you like it, you lick it. All right, and then here. This is like already. I don't know. We're going to want to like fade out the background or something. Like, that's way too much. Can we like. I kind of want like an auto gradient on the alpha. Somehow it's so easy to miss these things. It's like. Okay, we're just going to try this. And if it's terrible, that's kind of terrible. I didn't want to get rid of those outlier guys. I guess that's because the smoothing, like I wanted it to work the other way, where the smoothing smooths out from the things that are selected, but I think that's not how it is. All right, you know what? We don't care. File, export. Rating magic. Okay, and then, so yeah, somebody mentioned, I don't think I added either of these. Okay, so we have design, liked, and magic as well. Okay, so now we load those at startup and we can draw those buttons and I can start thinking about where they should be. This could be design, liked, and magic. Which sort of leaves us the right-hand column not occupied. Where's my... invert selection. Wouldn't have done the right thing. We could try again later. Okay. So now this is starting to look much more colorful and stuff. But it also... you know, it's not as reactive as these. And so we kind of want to work on that. And not as nice. So I can think about that during the break. Again, I don't care too much yet because we want to get the functionality all the way in. Which still needs, and actually it'll be useful for a while to have two of these buttons just so we can see, because we want these to be like toggle buttons. Right now you click it because there's no such thing as a toggle button yet, and it should be easy to add that. And then you know, we do some things. That's all. We just keep doing things until the things are done. I do think, so we're going to want to shrink this area a little bit, which is fine because these are huge. And we're going to want to put a little commentary window as well. Yeah. Any questions about what we just did before I go on break for a bit? Anyway, this is going pretty okay. We definitely still need some things though. Yeah, it's tempting to me. Like we could break that rounded rectangle function into rounded textured rectangle that has no frame. And then we could draw these guys that way. See, even that is maybe not. It's weird because we want different things per button almost. Or something. Like, okay. For these colorful buttons, you can imagine just drawing what we're doing here, but it's grayscale in the background, so we don't like mess up the colors of the thing very much. See, I mean, okay, if you're going to do a really good job of this, you're going to write a custom shader that like desaturates or sepia tones the textures, but not 100%. And that's not the business that we're in right now, right? Because, so the question is, what is, like maybe that should just be a custom button. And then trying to interface that shader across all the APIs and stuff is going to be difficult and annoying. Anyway, okay. Is this for playtesting? I thought you don't do it. Well, if you take extreme oversimplifications of things that I've said, then yes, you'll be surprised by what I do. Why even have a default hover effect on images? Because you want the buttons to feel active. And what are you going to do when it's an image, right? Anyway. That's it for now. We're taking a break, but I may stream again later. And if we stream again later, we'll pick this up from somewhere approximately here. And see how it goes. Thanks everybody for stopping by for a while. And yeah, we'll continue on later on. Oh, we could raid. Yeah, let's raid someone.
What at the beginning?
All right. Yeah, there's someone doing some things. So let's do that. Thanks, everyone. See you later.